More than 1,000 years ago, you'd have known me as Rollo, or if you were feeling cheeky, Rollo the Walker. Why the Walker? Oh, because I was a giant, too tall for the horses of my day. Could you imagine? I'd walk beside my comrades, my steps chewing up the kilometers as other men clutched to saddles. But let's take a step back. At the moment, Europe was a smorgasbord, and my Viking heart was starving. Gold, silver, land, and glory were all ready for the taking. My team and I were no longer sensitive merchants. No, we'd switched scales for swords, and with each swing we carved dread into France's shores, marauding, robbing, and burning, a storm from the north. Picture the Carolingian Empire following the Treaty of Verdun in 843. Charlemagne's enormous dominion is divided into inconvenient bickering parts. West Francia, the part of France you'd someday call home, stood there with large rivers like the Seine and Oise, dense forests and fields that rolled green and enticing. Its capital, Paris. What is its problem? Me. But here's the catch. You can only raid a location so many times before the residents get wise. They may not be super smart, but they do figure things out. Instead of fighting me repeatedly, the Frankish kings reasoned, why not hire the guy? That's correct. They decided to strike a deal, pay a Viking to quit raiding, better yet, pay him to defend their territories against other Vikings, and with that, the pirate became a prince. I progressed from Rollo the Viking to Rollo, first Duke of Normandy. Normandy is literally the land of the Northmen. What a legacy! I was no longer merely a marauder with a boat. I was a landowning lord and dynastic leader, one that would influence Europe for generations. But let us not sugarcoat it. The story did not begin with silk robes and gold cups. It began in the harsh, chilly north, Norway, Denmark, and Sweden, where survival required toughness, resourcefulness, and perhaps a bit of desperation. We were traders first, trading furs, antlers, and walrus ivory, but trade is a fickle beast. When the neighbors to the south dangled riches across the sea, the merchant's handshake quickly turned into a raider's axe. For more than a century, the Norse, or Vikings, spread like wildfire across Europe, from the cold limits of the north to the sun-burnt coastlines of the south. We didn't care about monasteries, towns, or villages. If you had treasure, we would take it. We'd put any defenses you had to the test. And in the midst of this pandemonium stood me, Rollo, larger than life, forging a path that would lead me from pirate king to honorable founder. So the next time you think of Normandy, remember that it was founded not on peace, but on a smart agreement between a tired monarch and a Viking too tall for horses, a man whose thirst for conquest sowed the seeds of an empire. Isn't that so perfectly medieval? The screams resound through the chilly stone halls. The Viking raiders have returned. And where will they go first? Oh, they are not fools. Go straight to the monasteries and churches. Why? Because those areas resemble medieval gold mines shrouded in linen robes. These buildings, you see, are packed with treasures, gold chalices, silver crosses, and jeweled reliquaries. Why? Of course, out of piety. The wealthy and powerful make donations to the church, hoping to purchase a little salvation on the side. But for the Vikings, all that passion turns into a quick paycheck. Imagine small, swift Viking crews in elegant longships gliding stealthily along rivers and beaches, approaching with the speed and surprise of biker gangs roaring into a sleepy town. There are no sluggish army or slow-moving supply trains here, only rapid, ruthless, hit-and-run tactics. They jump ashore, bash their way into the church, take all the riches, and vanish before the local lord has time to lace his boots. What about the monks? Oh, poor monks. These are hardly night-guarded fortifications. Instead, there are ancient men crouched over dusty books and frightened young novices barely old enough to swing a stick. Anyone attempting to flee frequently meets a bloody end. To ensure that the message is remembered, the Vikings set fire to the site on their way out, sending black smoke into the sky and leaving a dismal mark on the landscape. It isn't simply stealing, it's psychological warfare. The word spreads like wildfire throughout the countryside. The Northmen are approaching, dragon-headed ships are sailing in, and no holy spot is safe. The Franks tremble. To them, the Vikings are more than just human raiders. They are God's retribution, wolves unleashed on the wicked countries of Christendom. West France is particularly hammered. With the empire divided, King Charles the Bold has no standing army and no real method to track down these phantom opponents. His men can't track them down across the sea, and they vanish after a 3-day plundering binge. It's like attempting to punch a shadow. However, by the middle of the 9th century, the game had changed. The Vikings are no longer simply scattered raiding bands. They are now arriving in large fleets of hundreds of ships, pressing farther and further inland, no longer satisfied with coastal monasteries. Entire cities are at their mercy. And the Franks? They're left looking at the horizon, knowing that somewhere out there beneath the sails, the storm is already on its approach. So here's where things get hot. By the mid-9th century, Viking attacks had evolved beyond sporadic smash and grabs. We're talking full-fledged military expeditions with fleets of hundreds of ships and thousands of men. And you're at the helm of one of them? A man named Rollo. Yes, that's Rollo, the man from the north whose name is about to be permanently etched into French history. Rollo's backstory. Foggy, like many Viking legends, he was born around 855, most likely in Norway. However, life was not without its difficulties. He was a modest local lord back home, but things quickly went wrong. He was stripped of his inheritance and deported for raiding too close to home. So, what happens when a Norseman is booted out of Norway? He hits the waters. First, Rollo arrives in England, generating the typical turmoil. But he quickly finds himself lured to the coast of Neustria, the old Frankish name for what would become Normandy. Oh, what a target! Normandy is essentially a Viking dreamland with vast coastlines, prosperous lands, and local rulers that are too weak or disorganized to resist. It's like giving a robber the keys to your treasure room. At first, Rollo conducts tiny incursions, pounding the coastline. However, the easy pickings are mostly gone. Other raiders have taken care of the obvious loot. So Rollo has two options. One, threaten local rulers for ransom, essentially Viking blackmail, in which you show up outside the city, flex your muscles, and demand tribute in order to leave peacefully. Or two, push further inland, where richer, less prepared targets await. What about Rollo? Oh, he's perfectly prepared for choice two. Why? Because his war machine consists of more than simply muscle-bound warriors. It also includes drakkars and longships. These miracles are what made the Viking Age possible. Imagine sleek, thin sea giants up to 100 feet long and 15 feet wide, slicing through the waves at 10 knots, fast enough to outpace any army trudging down a Roman road. The longship's ingenuity resides in its construction. Clinker-built boards that overlap like roof tiles, giving the hull strength while being light. With a 40-foot mast and a large square sail, they catch the wind when they can, and when they can't, they use the oars. But here's the kicker. The keel is shallow, only a few inches deep, giving these ships flat bottoms. This means they can cross not only the open ocean, but even shallow rivers and inlets, sneaking up on cities and villages that thought they were safe inland. Rollo doesn't just threaten, He invades. His ships snake up the rivers, his men flood ashore, and suddenly, villages deep in the heart of France are under attack. He isn't just raiding anymore. He is building the groundwork for something far bigger, establishing a permanent Viking stronghold in Normandy, the country of the Northmen, which will soon bear his name. The Vikings, unstoppable at sea, or so everyone imagined. But now the Franks are learning. You see, the Viking longships had a dangerous advantage. They could travel anywhere. Unlike large, deep-drafted ships that required meters of water, these beauties could glide directly into shallow rivers, skim across estuaries, and even pull up onto beaches. Their small keels allowed them to anchor close to shore, discharge raiders directly on a target's doorstep, and depart before anybody could mount a resistance. But here's something people often overlook. These ships weren't thrown together in a hurry. Viking shipbuilders were excellent craftspeople. They didn't just chop any old wood. They searched the woodlands for curved branches that suited the shapes they required. Why? Because cutting a curve from straight wood weakens its grain. Using a natural curvature maintained maximum strength. What was the result? Strong, flexible wood frames, pine rigging, and ships that required an eye-watering 50,000 man-hours to build. And that doesn't include the time spent spinning wool for sails, digging out iron ore for rivets, or gathering all of the other supplies. But as these superb war engines advanced inland, the Franks did not sit idly. They hurried to fortify their waterways, since if you couldn't stop the Vikings on land, you had to choke them on water. The Seine, in particular, was like a superhighway to the heart of France. Viking fleets have been invading its valley since 841, utilizing the Bay of Seine to go deep inland. So what do the Franks do? They construct the Petra Bridge, a gigantic defensive dam spanning over 500 yards with stone towers called castellum at each end. It took 10 years to complete, and it was more than simply a crossing, it was a stronghold. The bridge had 22 arches strengthened with wood over stone, and it could be sealed with metal sliding gates, or harrows, which were designed to physically prevent Viking ships from passing. Consider this. The Franks were transforming their rivers into controlled bottlenecks, erecting stone and wood castles on the water to keep Viking raids out, or if they snuck through, trap them on the way back. Then, in 885, comes the greatest test. Rollo, now a rising Viking leader, is part of an armada traveling up the Seine. What is their goal? The prosperous province of Burgundy. But first, they must get across Petra Bridge and its Frankish soldiers, who are hunkered down inside their stone towers, preparing to fire from defended positions. For the first time, waterways are no longer used as Viking playgrounds. The Franks are striking back, not with faster ships, but with stone, steel, and strategy. The setting is set, and the longships are about to enter the trap. The Vikings, fierce and crafty, have arrived at the magnificent Petra Bridge, but their way to Burgundy is blocked by a stone and steel castle.
But this isn't just a random group of raiders. No, this is an army of almost 10,000 Vikings, directed by the renowned Danish chieftain Siegfried and divided into contingents, each reporting to its own sub-chief. What about among them? Rollo. Yes, Rollo has arrived, and he does not intend to bang his head on the Frankish defences foolishly. He has something intelligent in mind. Instead of hurling his soldiers at the bridge, Rollo establishes a camp just half a mile away. But this isn't your typical Viking encampment. It's a trap. He digs a deep ditch and piles earthworks high, but most significantly, he leaves a massive gaping entryway that is as broad as an unguarded gateway, a tempting invitation. Sure enough, the Franks bite. They ride into the camp, confident, armoured and mounted, expecting a cornered Viking force, only to discover too late that they have stepped right into Rollo's trap. His troops, masking their numbers and appearing to slumber, suddenly emerge, swords drawn and axes gleaming. The situation is chaotic. Hand-to-hand fighting erupts, and the Vikings excel. Sure, they're not conventional infantry or shining cavalry, but in close combat they are cruel, relentless, and scary. The Frankish forces, caught off guard and surrounded, are slain. With the Frankish army crushed, the guards at the Petra bridges' morale plummets. The Vikings charge in, set fire to the wooden portions, and burst through. That bridge had held them back for 4 months, but it is now gone, and Burgundy is waiting. But before they reach there, they face another significant challenge: Paris. The date is November 24th, 885. The Parisians stare in fear as the greatest Viking fleet ever seen approaches the Seine. 30, perhaps 40,000 Viking soldiers, while historians predict a more realistic but still stunning 20,000. Currently, Paris is not a vast metropolis. The Ile de la Cité, a river island enclosed by a Gallo-Roman wall with towers, serves as its focal point. It is the kingdom's largest city, with a population of thousands, and the Vikings. They do not necessarily want to fight. Siegfried, the Viking leader, meets with Goslin, the Bishop of Paris, and proposes the standard deal: pay us, let us pass, and we'll leave you alone. What about Bishop Goslin? He's composed of stronger stuff. No, he replies, you will not pass. Our bridges will stop you. And with that, the diplomatic niceties are over. The very following day, Siegfried issues the order: they will capture Paris by force, and thus starts one of medieval history's most renowned sieges, a duel of tenacity, ambition, and sheer brutal Viking strength. Ah, Paris. You could practically hear the great stone walls groaning as the Viking horde assembled outside. The city had previously survived 3 Viking raids, so when Siegfried and his enormous fleet arrived, the Parisians were far from inexperienced. The Ile de la Cité lay in the heart of Paris, connected by 2 fortified bridges, the Petit Pont on the left bank and the Grand Pont on the right bank. Both bridges were fortified with thick wooden doors flanked by towers equipped with archer slits and topped with wooden balconies known as haards, from which defenders could rain down stones, arrows, and boiling filth on assailants while covering themselves from incoming fire. Only 2 days after the Vikings arrived, the initial attack started. The weak point? The tower guarding the Grand Pont's entry lacked a completed upper construction. The Vikings released a barrage of arrows and projectiles in an attempt to exploit this opening. But inside, only 200 brave Parisians fought back with everything they had, successfully repelling the invaders on that horrible first day. And this is where desperation turned into genius. The defenders worked tirelessly overnight to erect a wooden addition on top of the half-built structure, fortifying it before daybreak. Imagine the chaos: torches flashing, hammers pounding, soldiers lugging beams while knowing the next attack was only hours away. When the sun rose, the Vikings returned in rage. They cut down a large tree, turned it into a battering ram, and drove it into the tower's wooden gates. Parisian archers fired down, while defenders on the walls threw burning bundles at the Viking ships, attempting to set them ablaze. However, the Vikings responded with chilling discipline, raising their shields in a Roman-style tetsudo, tortoise, configuration to protect themselves. However, the Franks were not finished. They poured scorching wax and pitch onto the tightly packed attackers, soaking between shields and burning flesh on fire. The battle lasted 3 torturous days. Ships burnt, rams shattered, and troops cried, but the Vikings were unable to penetrate Paris. One of our primary sources, a monk named Abbot of Saint-Germain-des-Prés, described the conflict in near-mythic terms, even claiming that a defender speared 7 Vikings at once, then humorously shouted down to the kitchens to prepare a kebab.
However, after 3 days of harsh, bleeding failure, Siegfried knew pure power will not win this prize. The Vikings reluctantly altered tactics, laying full siege to Paris. The Vikings were no longer just mindless pirates. They brought siege engines, battering rams, blazing ships, and constant pressure. But the Parisians, desperate but smart, responded with their own innovations, including erecting a trebuchet atop the towers to launch huge projectiles back at the assailants. The siege lasted about a year, with the Vikings battering at the gates and the Franks holding hard behind their walls. Morale was deteriorating within the city, and the defenders ultimately sent an urgent message to the Frankish emperor. Paris was holding, but they couldn't do it alone. When October arrived, the deadlock persisted, and the destiny of Paris, perhaps of West France itself, hung in the balance. It's 886, and the new emperor of the Franks, Charles the Fat, yeah, that's his name, rides into the shattered, beleaguered city of Paris with a fresh army. Parisians must have experienced a wave of hope. After nearly a year of defending the walls against wave after wave of Viking assault, now was their opportunity. Surely the emperor will smash the invaders, putting an end to this nightmare. But no. Charles pulls off one of the most unexpected twists of the medieval period. Instead of slaughtering the Vikings, he strikes a deal. Not only does he let them pass over the bridges and march off to raid Burgundy, his political rival's area, but he also pays them a large sum of money to leave. It comes as a shock to the Parisians. Despite their valiant efforts, they were forced to pay a tax to the same Vikings they had defeated. The emperor appeared to have utilized the Viking horde as a hired wrecking team against his domestic adversaries. Smart politics? Maybe. Humiliating for Parisians? Absolutely. But as Charles is preoccupied with political chess, one Viking in particular is silently influencing his destiny, Rollo. Following the siege, Rollo's reputation is on fire. He's proven himself to be a skillful commander, a charismatic leader, and a guy who other Vikings look up to, and who the Franks fear. Rollo capitalizes on his popularity for the next 26 years, conducting attacks not only across France, but also into England, devastating the valleys of the Loire, Yonne, Saône, and Garonne rivers. Everywhere his fleet sails, Frankish territories buckle and burn. However, Rollo understands one important fact. Even the most powerful pirate is little more than a bandit without land. Loot and reputation can only get you so far. Around 898, he sets his sights on Rouen, deep in Neustria, later known as Normandy. But this time, something changes. When Rollo's soldiers approach Rouen, the archbishop negotiates rather than preparing for a fatal defense. He approaches Rollo and says, essentially, look, the city has already been sacked. There is nothing left to steal. But what if you stayed? What if, rather than plundering, you defended us? Rollo, with his keen sense of history, says yes. Just like that, he transforms from pirate to protector, from dreaded raider to recognized regional power. This wasn't just a contract. It was a tacit admission that Carolingian power had waned and that local authorities would be better off making arrangements with individuals like Rollo, men who got things done. Rollo now has a base, a footing in Frankish territory, but he still lacks one important quality, legitimacy, and he finds it the traditional way, via marriage. By marrying the daughter of a local Frankish prince, Rollo solidifies his position not only as a Viking warlord, but also as a legitimate, recognized lord within the Frankish hierarchy. The pirate has become a prince, and Normandy, the realm of the Northerners, is about to be born. Consider this: Rollo, riding high from years of victory, sets his sights on Chartres in July 911. With a formidable Viking force behind him, he's preparing to destroy yet another city, pillage its valuables, and leave the Franks terrified. But this time, the Franks are waiting. The combined armies of Neustria, led by its duke, and the Duke of Burgundy march in with a large, well-organized army. The struggle that ensues is violent and brutal. One of those watershed moments that goes unnoticed in most history books but alters everything. Initially, the Vikings are winning. Rollo's men are furious, the Franks are unsure, and victory is within their bloodied grasp. But then something extraordinary, even legendary, occurs. The Bishop of Chartres stands atop the city walls, clutching a holy relic, the tunic said to have been worn by the Virgin Mary during Christ's birth. In the medieval Christian world, relics were more than just sacred artifacts. They were weapons of faith, miracle workers, and emblems of divine involvement. And at that moment, the defenders of Chartres sense a turn in the tide. With the Virgin's grace, they band together, charge out of the city, and crash into Rollo's men. The Vikings, surprised and overwhelmed, scatter and run. Rollo's army suffers a disastrous defeat, losing about 6,800 men, one of the biggest disasters in Viking history. But the story does not stop there. A group of Rollo's troops flees the murder and seek safety on a hill north of the city, at Lev. They face ultimate devastation after being surrounded by Frankish soldiers, outnumbered, besieged, and with no way out. And here comes the Viking magic: cunning and chutzpah. That night, under cover of darkness, one of the Vikings sneaks past the Frankish lines. On the far side, he sounds a war horn, signaling that Rollo has returned with additional forces. The Franks, already shaken by the wild combat and the oddity of the day, panic. They break formation and flee, convinced that the main Viking force is ready to attack. Suddenly, the trapped Vikings on the hill, who appeared to be near death, suddenly free. It's the kind of reckless, desperate bet that only experienced raiders could pull off. Despite the bloodshed and confusion, this moment proves to be pivotal, because from the ashes of defeat, Rollo will negotiate something far more important than simple loot: legitimacy, territory, and a future that will alter the landscape of Europe. The pirates' days are coming to an end. The Duke's days are only beginning. So here we are. After centuries of violent raids, burned villages, destroyed monasteries, and desperate defenses, the two old rivals, the Franks and the Vikings, are finally too weary to continue fighting. Everyone is exhausted, the Vikings worn down by generations of pillage and battle, the Franks spent from years of holding the line. Both parties seek peace, and peace is precisely what is on the table. The new Frankish monarch, Charles the Simple, not the most attractive appellation, but hey, is not a military behemoth. He knows his hold on the kingdom is shaky, the Vikings are still roaming the coasts, and one thing is certain: if you can't battle them, it's time to hire them. So he reaches out to Rollo. What does he offer? Not simply a reward, not simply a temporary ceasefire. No, he offers land. Real, permanent and official territory. Rouen, the Norman shoreline, and the beautiful, fertile fields of Upper Normandy. In exchange, Rollo and his warriors will swap sides, defending the country from other Viking raiders. It's the classic set a thief to catch a thief scenario, and it's brilliant. Who knows Viking raiding techniques better than the Vikings? Who better to patrol the coasts and destroy arriving longships than the men who formerly led them? Rollo's no longer a youthful firebrand. He's probably in his 50s, a seasoned war leader who has been raiding for decades, and really he is eager to settle down. Normandy isn't just any territory, it's ideal real estate with fertile soil, thriving rivers, lush forests and easy access to the sea. For his Viking pals, it's paradise. So when Rollo convenes a meeting of his chieftains, they all agree, sure, we want this. But Rollo's ambitions do not end there. In the fall of 911, an unprecedented assembly is held in the small village of Saint-Clair-sur-Epte on the banks of the Epte River. On one side, Charles the Simple is surrounded by his Frankish lords. On the opposite side is Rollo, who is backed up by seasoned Viking chieftain. Both sides are wary, swords in hand, and distrust hangs heavily in the air. It's a classic medieval standoff. Two powers meet at a river, each on their own bank, indicating that neither fully trusts the other but recognizes each other's strength. And just as the historic pact is about to be completed, Rollo makes an unexpected demand. Additional territory. Not simply what Charles offered, he wants to sweeten the deal, push the borders, and extend the prize. And, standing on the riverbank, with decades of pillage and power behind him, Rollo is no longer negotiating as a desperate raider. He's negotiating as a near equal, a man set to go from pirate lord to prince, establishing a dynasty that will last generations as the magnificent Duchy of Normandy. Rollo the Viking, the towering conqueror who had marched through Frankish territory with fire and steel, became Count of Rouen, and Normandy was formed.
But oh, those negotiations. When Charles the Simple first gave land, Rollo was dissatisfied. He did not want scraps like Flanders or Brittany. No, he wanted everything, from the Epte River to the sea, fertile, rich region that had mostly escaped Viking attacks. Charles protested and tried to persuade Rollo to back off, but he refused. Eventually, the king caved. With a handshake to the Frankish king's open hands, the pirate lord became a legitimate monarch, securing Normandy's birth certificate as the land of the Northmen. But here's the twist. While many Viking states had grown up across Europe, most were short-lived. In contrast, Normandy would persist for generations. Why? Because Rollo realized one fundamental truth. In order to control this region, he needed to adapt.
Rollo, a lifelong pagan, made the wise, calculating decision to leave his Norse gods and accept Christianity. He was baptized and given a new name, Robert. This was for political survival, not personal religion. To command Frankish subjects, sign binding oaths, and retain territory by right, Rollo had to become one of them, if only legally. Without that, the Frankish king may rescind his claim at any time. Rollo didn't only convert himself, he demanded that his men do the same. It didn't matter whether they believed or not. Conversion provided the foundation for cultural and political unity. Without it, they would be perpetual outsiders, following a distinct set of social and religious rules. And when you look at the data, you can see how clever this was. Historians estimate that between 2,000 and 3,000 Vikings settled in Normandy, a small number compared to the approximately 350,000 native Franks. This was not a brute force colonization. Rather, it was an integration or merger. Language, customs and traditions, the Vikings eventually lost much of their former individuality, integrating into the Frankish society. Rollo, more than anybody else, understood how to negotiate this shift. He wasn't an inexperienced foreign invader. He'd spent years battling, raiding, and negotiating with the Frankish nobles. He understood their power dynamics, structures, and expectations, and the Vikings, being pragmatic, adapted where it counted. Intermarriage with native Frankish women further blurred the borders, tying Viking invaders to the local social fabric. What was the result? Normandy flourished in just a few years. The land experienced rapid development, newfound tranquility, and, most importantly, security. No more Viking invasions along the Seine. Rollo became nearly legendary, with stories circulating of him hanging gold rings from a tree deep in the forest for 3 years, so secure in the law and order he'd built that no one would dare steal them. From feared pirate to founding duke, Rollo accomplished what few warlords could. He turned his pillage into a permanent legacy that would impact European history for decades. So Rollo's tale does not stop with his death in 932. Rather, it simply begins. By the time he dies, this once feared Viking pirate had established a dynasty, handing Normandy to his heirs. His descendants gradually fashioned the duchy into one of France's most prosperous and vibrant principalities. But what about the genuine fireworks? Those would arrive a century and a half later with his great-great-great-grandson, William. You may be familiar with him as William the Conqueror, as recorded in history. Before becoming the most famous Norman of all time, young William was merely a boy with a poor position. After his father's untimely death, 8-year-old William inherited the ducal crown, a dangerous position in a violent, vicious medieval realm. Normandy was booming during the beginning of the 11th century. After centuries of Viking turmoil, peace had been restored. Trade boomed, fisheries and fertile farmland supported the rising population, and the wealth was used to build new villages, monasteries and power centres. Nearly 700,000 people lived in Normandy, making it one of the kingdom's most densely populated regions. But here's the catch. A kid duke was regarded as an open invitation to chaos. The feudal order was based on a delicate balance of power. The duke granted territories to vassal lords who vowed loyalty and duty in return. But with a child on the throne, those lords saw an opportunity to redress past grudges, enlarge their estates, and perhaps even claim the duchy itself. The loss of William's father shattered Normandy's fragile tranquility. Rival lords drove the duchy into bloody anarchy, conducting private battles, murdering William's family, and jostling for control over the newborn ruler. It was the usual medieval recipe for disaster, a country ripped apart by factionalism, noble vendettas, and the continual looming possibility that someone, anybody, would grab absolute power. What about William? He was not an ordinary child. In the decades that followed, this so-called bastard would establish himself as one of the greatest military leaders of his time. Against the odds, he'd control his restless nobles, cement his power, and boost Normandy's fortunes to unprecedented heights. And then, in a bold maneuver that seemed almost absurd on paper, he'd lead his army across the Channel, defeat the English king at Hastings, and elevate himself from Norman Duke to King of England. It was an unprecedented leap, combining Normandy and England to form a cross-channel behemoth that would transform Europe's political landscape. Every castle, every victory, every crown could be traced back to Rollo, the towering Viking who once stormed the Seine, negotiated a deal with a desperate Frankish monarch, and created the groundwork for a dynasty that changed the course of history. 12-year-old William, already Duke of Normandy, slept in a room with his guardian, until one night a shadow entered. A knife flashed in the darkness, and the boy's protector was killed. Just like that, William learnt the harsh lesson that would shape his life. Never trust anyone. Growing up in a world where deceit lurked around every corner and every handshake could conceal a blade, William rapidly realized that survival required expressing his own authority and doing so decisively. He wasted little time in demonstrating his maturity. A rebellious lord from western Normandy had captured Falaise Castle, William's birthplace, mother's home, and most significantly, the symbol of ducal sovereignty. This was no ordinary stone pile on a hill. It was the citadel, a towering, nearly inaccessible bastion situated 130 feet high, surrounded by twin rivers and massive stone walls. A rare luxury among Normandy's primarily wooden strongholds, its ramparts were too strong for battering rams, and its towers were lined with defensive hoardings. For young William, retaking Falaise was more than just recovering a citadel. It was about demonstrating to every scheming noble that the days of treating him as a pawn were ended. Fail here, and he'll be forever viewed as weak and ripe for demise. Succeed, and he would demonstrate to the entire duchy that the bastard duke was no one's puppet. But William was not a fool. Instead of launching a suicidal frontal assault, he chose a more strategic approach: siege warfare. Medieval warfare was more than just clashing swords and blood-soaked fields. It was also about patience, cutting off a castle's lifelines and waiting until the defenders starved, despaired, or just gave up. Historians do not know the exact specifics of the Falaise siege, but all indications are that it was brief and intense. William's display of power alone was likely enough to break the rebels' resolve. They surrendered, and William sent a loud message across Normandy. The Kid Duke had left. A true ruler has arrived. However, success brought its own set of dangers. With his protectors no longer in focus, the assassins turned their sights on William himself. In 1046, as the Duke prepared for what should have been an easy weekend hunting excursion to a nearby house, his opponents were already planning the next fatal game. What are the stakes? Nothing short of the future of Normandy itself. The forests of Normandy whispered malice. Young Duke William, still a teenager, rode right into a conference of Lower Normandy's most prominent lords, unconscious that they had sworn a secret oath to assassinate him and usurp his government in what amounted to a palace coup. However, William had luck, or perhaps fate, on his side. Someone overheard the conspirators' whispered plans and raced to tell the Duke, and William leapt upon his horse and rode for his life without hesitation or second thoughts. He forced his horse eastward for 60 miles alone, through treacherous woodlands and unfriendly terrain, until he arrived at Falaise in Bessin, where he found safety. This assassination attempt was more than just a near-fatal escape. It was the moment that hardened William permanently. From now on, he would be merciless, intolerant of resistance, and determined to eradicate treachery and unite his duchy under a single banner. But William was not yet the legendary general we know. He was still young, without a powerful standing army, and up against seasoned rebel lords with veteran warriors and strong local backing. So what did he do? He made a daring and clever political move. In 1047, William rode to the court of King Henry Printemps of France. Under the feudal system, each duke owed the king fealty in exchange for protection. For Henry, this was more than just a young duke's problems. An attack against William, his subordinate, was an assault on royal power itself. Backing William was more than just devotion. it was a political necessity. With the king's help, William obtained not just troops, but also legitimacy. Together they planned to defeat the rebellious Norman lords in open warfare. At the critical Battle of Valais-Dune, William and Henry led a combined force of over 1,500 troops against approximately 1,100 rebels. But right before the fighting erupted, something unexpected occurred. Neil de Saint-Sauveur, a rebel leader who had pledged to assassinate William only weeks before, contacted the Duke. With a sneaky grin, he softly slapped William on the cheek and remarked, "There, I fulfilled my oath by striking you first. Now I am under your command." And with that, over 250 rebel warriors deserted to William's side. Suddenly, the rebels were facing more than just a little larger loyalist army. They were outnumbered, outmaneuvered, and on the verge of defeat. The tides had shifted, and Normandy's fate hung in the balance, waiting to be grabbed by the young duke who had survived betrayal, assassination, and revolt, and was now about to carve his power into the land with fire and iron. The morning of the Battle of Valais-Dune, about 10 a.m., the air crackled with war shouts and shouting obscenities, men on both sides pumping themselves up, polishing their courage for the next clash. What about William? He wasn't just a loud-mouthed warlord, he was a calculated commander. On the battlefield, he demonstrated his tactical prowess, effectively utilizing the terrain. He kept his soldiers hidden, moved them under cover, and struck before the rebels could gather. And he was aware of one key geographical fact. 6 miles to the west lay a river, an impenetrable barrier for heavily armored infantry. So William drove the rebels back, until they were pressed against the river. Then the trap slammed shut. The conflict developed into a rout, a massacre. According to legend, the River Orne streamed red with blood, and no prisoners were mentioned once the dust cleared. William did not only defeat his adversaries, he annihilated them. When William battled, the result was always the same, a carnage. Following Valais-Dunes, Normandy became his. No more challenges or rival claimants. William had consolidated the duchy and established his power throughout the kingdom. But now came the difficult part, maintaining the peace. To accomplish this, William invoked the truce of God, which the Catholic Church had long preached but rarely implemented. This truce prohibited the Norman lords from fighting private conflicts between Wednesday and Monday, as well as during important holy seasons such as Advent, Christmas, Lent, Easter, Ascension, and Pentecost. Until now, breaching the truce had typically resulted in excommunication, a spiritual punishment. However, when William approved it as ducal legislation, it gained genuine traction. Now, breaching the truce meant facing execution and the sword of secular justice. This brought Normandy peace that it had not seen in years. Fields thrived, markets expanded, peasants tilled the ground without fear of raiding knights, cattle roamed free of theft, and the province prospered like never before. With stability came wealth, and wealth brought power. Normandy's strong agricultural base and thriving fisheries, particularly the famous medieval herring trade, enriched William's finances. The Duke could now raise huge sums through taxes, allowing him the financial clout to launch military campaigns and consolidate his rule throughout the kingdom. But William didn't simply want to be powerful, he wanted to demonstrate it. Enter Caen, which was then a small peasant settlement with a few churches, mills, a port, and vast grassy meadows. William recognized its potential and turned it into one of the duchy's crown jewels. He constructed a massive stone fortress there as a statement of force and permanence, a symbol that the once fractured Norman duchy had not only consolidated, but was on its way to becoming one of medieval Europe's most powerful cities. William's castle in Caen spread across more than 12 acres, leaving an astonishing footprint for its period, a towering symbol that proclaimed, "I am the master here." And at the foot of this stronghold, a village grew up, surrounded by defensive walls. But William was not satisfied with merely stone fortifications and military force. Oh no, he wanted to make a statement in both stone and soul. So he built two massive abbeys in Caen, the Abbey of Saint-Étienne, the men's abbey, and the Abbey of Sainte-Trinité, the women's abbey, both of which are stunning examples of Norman Romanesque art. However, these were more than just religious enterprises, they were political thunderclaps. Building an abbey in the Middle Ages was no minor task. It required putting thousands of masons, blacksmiths, glaziers and workers to work for decades. An abbey can change the lives of thousands, restructure a region's economy, and cement a ruler's legacy for decades. And William did not stop at 2. In under 20 years, he established 27 abbeys around Normandy, more than doubling what his ducal ancestors had built during the previous 150 years. This was the mark of a man on a mission, determined to transform Normandy from a rich duchy into France's most powerful military and economic force. But even this wasn't enough. Across the English Channel, the elderly King Edward the Confessor, son of a Norman princess and cousin to William, lacked an heir. And he made a tantalizing promise. When he died, William would inherit the crown of England. The idea that the Duke of Normandy may become King of England no longer seemed like a pipe dream. That's when the political winds turned. King Henry IV of France, who had formerly been William's staunch friend, the very man who assisted the young Duke in crushing his rebellious peers, suddenly recognized a problem. William was growing excessively powerful. He was no longer merely a duke. He was establishing himself as a cross-channel ruler, a prospective rival whose power may exceed the French monarchy itself. William's marriage in 1050 to Matilda of Flanders, a Charlemagne descendant and niece of King Henry, exacerbated the conflict. The union linked Normandy to Flanders, one of northern France's most important coastal districts, giving William an even stronger foundation if he wanted to expand his influence. So Henry decided to act. Growing influence. The French royal army marched into Normandy, destroying villages and slaying women and children, intending to clip the upstart duke's wings and remind him of his ultimate authority. But William was not a fool. He urged his warriors to avoid open combat because he understood full-scale battles were terribly unpredictable. Instead, he followed the invading force, watching, waiting, and taking his time. When the French rear guard tripped and let its guard down, William pounced. The Duke of Normandy, the lad nearly deposed by murderers and rebels, was going to demonstrate to the King of France that he was more than simply a powerful vassal. He was a great strategist, poised to shape his own destiny on both sides of the water. William's patience was rewarded on a frigid March morning near the Norman town of Mortimer. His scouts noticed something golden. King Henry's French men, inebriated, fat with stolen treasure, and staggering from a night of looting, pillage, and rape, were utterly unguarded. William did not hesitate. This was his trademark. He always struck before his opponents were prepared, pouncing when they least anticipated it. The Normans quickly cut off the French escape routes, and the entire situation turned into a slaughter. When King Henry learned about the situation, he was furious, but there was nothing he could do. He left Normandy and grudgingly signed a truce with William. 3 years later, Henry tried his luck again, but the outcome was much worse. Another devastating defeat and slaughter, this time in the Battle of Varaville. That was it. The King of France never again attempted to intervene in Norman politics. William was finally and really free. William wasted no time over the next 10 years. He enlarged his duchy by capturing nearby Maine, sending military expeditions to Brittany, and reinforcing his boundaries with great castles. Normandy had never been so united, prosperous, or militarily formidable. However, over the Channel, everything changed.
On January 5, 1066, King Edward the Confessor of England was dying. William had waited for this moment. Edward, who had no children, had long promised William the English crown. As Edward breathed his last breaths, he went to his closest counsel and most powerful noble, Harold Godwinson. The very next day, the day of Edward's funeral, Harold was quickly anointed King of England. When the word reached Normandy, it was like a lightning strike. William was infuriated. In Norman law, the first identification of an heir was critical. Any deathbed vows were too readily swayed by pressure, passion, or meddling courtiers. However, in English law, only the final designation was considered. Two sets of rules, two legitimate claims, two persons who believed they were the rightful ruler. In William's opinion, the only way to resolve this was on the battlefield. God, after all, has always demonstrated his judgment through triumph. So William's mind was determined. He would cross the Channel, attack England, and take the crown by force. To many, this sounded insane, the most ambitious military project in living memory. Imagine 1,000 ships carrying 15,000 men, 5,000 horses, siege equipment, weapons, supplies, and everything else needed for battle, all preparing to traverse a hazardous body of water in the dead of night. If the plan fails, Normandy could be left dangerously exposed. William met his nobles in March 1066 to lay forth his ideas. Unsurprisingly, many were dubious. This was unlike the Normans' typical campaign. They battled local neighbours rather than large amphibious raids over the water. But William possessed something unique: unrivaled leadership, fierce tenacity, political savvy, and the capacity to mobilize his people behind even the most improbable goals. So, against all odds, preparations for one of the most daring assaults in medieval history started. Normandy was about to wager all, and the fate of England and Europe was on the line. William, the skilled persuader, understood exactly how to rouse the doubting Norman barons. He promised them riches, all of England's wealth, if they joined him. But he did not stop there. He threw a wide recruiting net, attracting not just Normans, but also considerable groups from Brittany and Flanders. His pitch was straightforward. Join me, fight under my banner, and if we win, the prizes would be yours. As a result, one of the largest war machines in medieval history was set in motion.
Speed was everything. William realized he needed to strike before King Harold of England could bolster his defenses, but to do so he would require astonishing resources. The fleet began with 1,000 ships, many of which were built or requisitioned virtually overnight from Normandy's rich oak and beech forests. Over 7,000 trees were chopped, dragged, and fashioned into the sleek warships, which were Drakkar-style and descended from the Viking longships that had formerly tormented these same beaches. Then came the horses, 5,000 battle-ready beasts, and the soldiers, 15,000 troops, plus sailors, cooks, grooms, blacksmiths, and builders. They all congregated in Dives-sur-Mer, a large base camp spanning 250 acres on the Normandy coast. The logistics were mind-boggling. Every day, they need 30 tons of wheat for bread, 20 tons of oats for the horses, 15 tons of straw, and 100,000 gallons of water just for the animals. The guys needed an additional 100,000 liters of water and an estimated 26,000 gallons of wine, since, well, this was medieval Europe. What about all that manure? Approximately 5 million pounds of horse excrement and 700,000 gallons of urine had to be controlled. The worst enemy, however, was not Harold, but the weather. The winds refused to cooperate, leaving William's invasion force stranded in port. However, arguably the most astounding performance of the entire campaign was William's ability to keep his army intact for several months. He kept them nourished, supplied, morale intact, and somehow prevented them from simply packing up and leaving. He made good use of that time. Because one big medieval fight may change everything, William understood his warriors needed to be prepared. They were not just new recruits. They were warriors from all over Europe, many of whom had never battled together before. He constantly drilled them, transforming them into elite, synchronized troops. Most importantly, they had to conquer the logistical difficulty of rapidly and efficiently loading and disembarking 5,000 horses, something the Normans, despite their Viking heritage, had never done on this magnitude before. The weight dragged on, but William, with his signature iron resolve, turned his forces into a lethal machine, poised and ready. The instant the winds altered, they would pour across the channel, changing England's fate forever. It's September 12th, 1066, and after 6 laborious weeks at Dives-sur-Mer, the vast Norman war machine is finally moving. This isn't just a reckless rush across the water, it's a well-planned, breathtakingly ambitious naval operation. Low tide is used to avoid harmful pitching and rolling that could startle the horses. The ships are securely moored on dry land, and the war horses, each trained to remain calm, follow directions, and stand steady on a rocking deck, are led up sloping ramps into the vessels.
"5,000 horses, 15,000 guys, all boarded smoothly within 4 or 5 hours as the tide gradually rose, raising the ships clear from the shore, allowing the moorings to be thrown off and gently transporting the entire fleet down the estuary and out to sea. One slight error, one slip, one terrified stampede, and everything may collapse into anarchy. But the Normans do it with almost remarkable precision. But they don't go straight to England. They first sail to St. Valery in the Bay of Somme, which shortens the final passage to Pevensey, William's preferred landing location. Finally, on September 28th at 6 p.m, the winds change. The ship set sail, gliding across the channel at 5 knots, with William's vessel leading the way. At daylight, William awakens in a state of panic. His ship is alone off the English shore. His men are afraid of calamity. Is the fleet lost? Has the invasion failed before it even started? Unshaken, William does what any good leader does under pressure. He maintains a brave face. He orders a feast, eats and drinks copiously, playing the role of the calm, confident commander, the medieval equivalent of a pilot's voice crackling over the microphone during turbulence, assuring passengers, "All is well, folks." And shortly, the mists clear, and a man notices something extraordinary. "I see a forest moving forward." It is the fleet. The Normans arrived. They land without resistance. Harold Godwinson, the freshly anointed English king, is hundreds of miles to the north, still recovering from beating rival contender, Norwegian King Harald Hardrada. At Stamford Bridge, William and his troops unload, make up camp, and begin preparing for the pivotal battle ahead. William understands that while he has frequently avoided open warfare when possible, there are occasions when taking the risk is necessary. This is the moment. On October 14th, 1066, the Battle of Hastings occurs. William's 8,000 troops take up positions on a hilly field just a few miles from the coast, split into 3 regimented groups. The first line contains around 1,000 archers. The second contingent consists of 5,000 infantry. The elite troop, 2,500 Norman knights on horseback, follows in the rear. This was the Norman advantage, cavalry. While Harold's men fought primarily on foot, William's army consisted of battle-hardened horses and daring riders, as well as warriors and animals schooled for the pandemonium of medieval conflict.
Nobody on the field knew it when the sun rose that day, but within hours, the fate of England, Normandy, and medieval Europe would be permanently changed. Consider the scene. William's knights, riding on their muscular war horses, look up at the English line strung across the slope of Senlac Hill. 130 feet of elevation, densely packed with 8,000 English men. At the heart of Harold Godwinson's military are the housecarls, England's terrifying professional fighters known for their discipline, power, and ability. These troops were not amateurs. They were some of Europe's best infantrymen, toughened by combat, particularly after their recent brutal win over the Norwegians at Stamford Bridge. From the hilltop, they form a dense, nearly impassable shield wall. Spears, axes, shields, and swords form a defensive phalanx that even the legendary Norman cavalry finds difficult to break through, because cavalry charges, no matter how formidable, lose much of their momentum when facing a well-anchored army positioned uphill. At 9 a.m. the shout is heard, "Normandy!" William unleashes his archers, intending to undermine the English defences. Arrows hiss upward, but the hill's slope reduces their impact. Meanwhile, English javelins pour down and pelt the approaching Norman forces. William then directs his infantry onward. They surge uphill into the shield wall, resulting in a slaughter. The English stand firm, chopping down the assailants. Morale in the Norman ranks starts to dwindle. Confidence declines. The initial phase of the battle is a complete disaster. Desperate, William deploys his cavalry. He must break the English line. William personally leads the assault into the conflict, but his horse is slain in the confusion and he falls to the ground. Panic spreads across the Norman ranks. A report spreads along the lines. The Duke has died. Horses rear, men stumble, and formations threaten to crumble. But William, tenacious and quick-witted, seizes the opportunity. He lifts his helmet, displaying his face to his men and exhorting them. "Look, I live. The mails are steady. The conflict rages on." It's currently 11 a.m. 2 hours in. Most medieval conflicts lasted much shorter. Normally by now, one side would have broken, retreated, or surrendered. But not on October 14th, 1066. The stakes are too great, and neither army is willing to surrender. William understands that brute power will not be sufficient to win this conflict. He needs to entice the English off their defensive ridge, tricking them into giving up the high ground. Meanwhile, Harold stands steadfast and commands his men with steely resolve. The tension builds. Every move, order, and feint from this moment forward will determine the fate of two kingdoms. Harold's final desperate instruction to his English warriors was straightforward. Hold the line and stay in your ranks, no matter what. But William, ever the wily strategist, had one last trick up his sleeve, the fabled Norman feigned retreat.
The concept was dangerous, even harsh. William's soldiers needed to make the retreat appear credible. Men would perish in the process, but what about the payout? Irresistible. Seeing the Normans escape, believing victory was already theirs, hundreds of English soldiers broke formation, stormed down the crest, and pursued their retreating foes. That was a terrible mistake. When the English were drawn off the hill, their best defensive advantage was lost. On broad ground, the Norman cavalry turned around and charged them with terrible ferocity. It escalated into a slaughter. The English, now scattered and vulnerable, were slaughtered. The battle lasted 7 arduous hours, significantly longer than usual medieval clashes. But as nightfall approached, William realized he needed to finish it decisively. So he made the final move, dispatched a hit team to eliminate Harold himself. In the midst of the turmoil, Harold was struck by the fabled arrow to the eye and fell. Death on the battlefield was the most obvious, straightforward transfer of power in medieval times. The monarch had died, and William, by right of conquest, was now the ruler of England. What's the price? Approximately 3,000 English and 2,000 Norman soldiers were killed on a bloody battlefield, marking one of the most deadly conflicts of the era. 2 months later, on December 25th, 1066, in London, William the Conqueror was crowned King of England. In that moment, Normandy was no longer just a duchy, it was the heart of a vast cross-channel empire. For the first time, a Norman duke was also a king, a sovereign ruler on the world stage. Normandy's strength grew dramatically, especially after William established his hold on England by the 1070s. He now governed the largest centralized kingdom in Europe, surpassing even the King of France, whose territories appeared small in comparison. However, this rapid rise resulted in jealousy, tension, and an increasingly complex web of loyalties. William was officially a vassal to the French crown as Duke of Normandy, but as King of England, he was an equal, a brother king. The balance of power between Normandy and France was no longer straightforward. It was delicate, combustible, and explosive. And it would not end with William. His death in 1087 did not disrupt the pattern, rather it reinforced it. For more than a century and a half, the Dukes of Normandy, now Kings of England, would challenge, defy, and battle their French counterparts, entangling both nations in a never-ending struggle. By 1189, the stakes had risen even higher when Richard the Lionheart, heir to both the Duchy of Normandy and the English crown, gained control of huge regions in France. What started with a Viking pirate named Rollo had grown into a gigantic empire, laying the groundwork for a century of battles, betrayals, and legendary power struggles that would permanently change Europe. September 1189, London. The coronation bells ring out as Richard the Lionheart, towering at 6'5", marches to the throne. At 32, Richard is the living essence of medieval kingship. Charming, chivalrous, a combat genius, and notoriously furious. He has acquired the nickname Lion in the heart of war. His mother, Eleanor of Aquitaine, sits in the first row and stares with a piercing, knowing glance. Eleanor was a formidable figure in her own right, having given birth to 5 sons and at least 3 daughters with her late husband Henry II, but there was no doubt that Richard was her favourite. Richard's younger brother John, the future John Lackland to the English, sits alongside her, full of ambition and envy. Richard now commands a great inheritance, the Plantagenet dynasty. This is no ordinary crown. In addition to dominating England, Richard commands an empire that stretches from Scotland to the Pyrenees. He controls Normandy, Anjou, and Aquitaine, which accounts for half of France. However, there is a political stumbling block. Richard is the sovereign monarch of England. In France, he is a duke and a vassal. According to feudal law, as Duke of Normandy, he must pay tribute, allegiance, and fidelity to France's king, Philip Augustus. In theory, Philip possesses divine authority. In reality, Richard's vast dominion dwarfs his lands and military forces. England and its continental acquisitions dwarf the regal French kingdom, transforming Richard from a rebellious duke to a competitor monarch, a brother king, a contending sovereign. For more than a century, the French kings had wished to break the Norman English duke's hold over French territory. But now, under Philip Augustus, the old dream has sharpened into merciless ambition: reclaim Normandy at any cost. And Richard? He has no intention of giving an inch. Over the next 15 years, these two titans, the brilliant, belligerent Richard and the cunning, calculating Philip, will engage in a brutal, bloody game of cat and mouse, weaving deception, betrayal, and outright war into a never-ending struggle that will shape Normandy's fate, the balance of Western Europe, and the legacy of the Viking pirate Rollo, who had set this entire chain of events in motion centuries earlier. The last reckoning is approaching. What are the stakes? Nothing less than the fate of two crowns and the soul of a divided, warring Europe.
By 1189, the stage has been set for one of medieval Europe's most dramatic power struggles: Richard the Lionheart, the haughty, towering King of England and Duke of Normandy, against Philip Augustus, the smart, calculating young King of France. Philip, although 24, is no fool. Despite being about a decade younger than Richard, he is an amazing political strategist who is constantly several steps ahead. Where Richard excels as a combat lion, Philip thrives as an administrator, wanting to concentrate and develop his realm. The thorny center of their struggle, Normandy, stands between these two ambitious monarchs. For Philip, Normandy is more than just a rebellious duchy. It is a dagger aimed at the French monarchy. Normandy, located strategically between England and France, and only a few days' march from Paris, is home to the Seine Valley, 400 miles of coastline, beautiful farmland, bustling ports, and vast wealth. Philip's plans to reconstruct France into a powerful, unified kingdom are thwarted as long as Richard has control of it. Normandy must be regained, regardless of the cost. But before swords clash throughout Europe, the two monarchs are summoned eastward to the Holy Land. 10 months after his coronation, Richard lands at the gates of Saint-Jean d'Acre, modern Acre, Israel, embarking on the Third Crusade. Saladin had captured Jerusalem, and Richard and Philip, bound by their Crusader oaths, set sail to the eastern Mediterranean to restore it. Philip had arrived 2 months before, and for a brief, tense moment, the opposing monarchs are on the same side, bound by religion and the Pope's summons. Their first goal was to recover Acre, a strategic coastal bastion that had defied Christian soldiers for 2 grueling years. Despite constant shelling, assault towers, land and sea blockades, starvation and disease, Acre's defenders have refused to give up. With 2 of Europe's greatest kings entrenched outside its walls, the siege is nearing its horrific climax. But make no mistake, even here, under the banner of the cross, Richard and Philip are watching each other like hawks. They may wear the same Crusader garb, but they both understand that once the dust settles in the Holy Land, their actual war for Normandy's supremacy and the future of Western Europe awaits them back home. Normandy's walls nearly bristle with resistance. For more than a century, the kings of France attempted and failed to wrest Normandy from English control. By the time of Richard the Lionheart, the duchy was one of Europe's most heavily defended places. When Philip Augustus, eager to take advantage of Richard's absence on crusade, returns to France 4 months after pledging, hand on the Gospels, to leave Normandy alone, he realizes he's up against a difficult task. The Norman walls are masterpieces of medieval defense, particularly along the River Seine, the natural route to Rouen, the duchy's capital. But one fortification stands out above the rest: Château Gaillard. Perched high above the Seine, Richard commissioned this unique bastion to protect the endangered Vexin, a turbulent frontier zone between French and Norman territory. The Vexin was the chessboard's flashpoint. If Philip could take the Norman side, Rouen would be within striking distance. But Château Gaillard was Richard's response, a stunning marvel of military building designed to slam the door on any French invasion. Castles in this era were more than just stone mounds or royal symbols. They were the pulsating heart of medieval warfare. Whoever held the castles ruled the realm. They served as supply hubs, command centers, protective shields, and offensive staging areas. And Richard, who was concerned with the art and science of war, did more than just build a castle. He created one of the finest strongholds of the time. Château Gaillard, with its thick curtain walls, soaring towers, layered fortifications and slanted bastions, was meant to make invaders bleed every inch. Philip, as intelligent as he was suddenly confronted with a harsh reality. Retaking Normandy was more than simply ambition and strategy. It was about breaking through some of Europe's most formidable defenses and doing it before Richard the Lionheart, Crusader king and great warlord, returned from the Holy Land to regain his lands, vengeance and glory, had been inside the fortifications. So, when Philip Augustus's flags appeared on the horizon in April 1193, Gilbert de Vasse, whom Lord Richard had personally entrusted with Château Gaillard, made a dangerous, and frankly fatal, decision. Instead of remaining tough and keeping the fortress as Richard instructed, Gilbert capitulated. He handed over one of Normandy's most important castles to the King of France without resistance. Why? Perhaps Gilbert panicked, scared by Philip's massive royal army. Perhaps he was afraid of the severity of a siege, the famine, the bombardments, and the inevitable bloodshed. Perhaps seeing Richard thousands of miles away in the Holy Land, he questioned the Duke King's ability to reinforce or avenge him. But whatever Gilbert's rationale, the repercussions were enormous. With Château Gaillard under French authority, the door to Normandy was wide open. Philip Augustus, bolstered by his shrewd partnership with Richard's brother, John Lackland, could take advantage. John, the Plantagenet family's baby, had long been teased as Lackland because he had inherited no significant lands and he was eager to take his brother's crown. And Philip, keen-eyed and opportunistic, knew just how to play him. John was no Richard, lacking his brother's charisma, military genius, and sheer force of personality. For Philip, this younger Plantagenet was the ideal pawn, someone he could lift, manipulate, and eventually control.
Philip and John planned to divide Richard's immense empire. Normandy, the crown gem of the Plantagenet territories, was vulnerable. But there's a twist. Richard the Lionheart was no ordinary monarch. Even hundreds of miles away, on the sun-scorched battlefields of the Crusade, He would soon learn that his brother had betrayed him, that his biggest fortress had fallen, and that Philip Augustus was coming for everything he had worked so hard to construct. And Richard wouldn't take it lying down. How wonderful the taste of victory must have been for Philip Augustus. With Richard the Lionheart imprisoned in Austria due to an insult over a Crusader flag and Duke Leopold of Austria's damaged ego, Philip suddenly felt free to act without constraint. This was more than simply luck. This was a political goldmine that will never come around again. For years, Philip had been obliged to play the long game, chipping away at Norman power while carefully avoiding Richard's brilliance as a military commander. But now that Richard was behind bars, there was no one to curb Philip's desire. There's no mighty lion to roar back. And don't forget that in medieval politics, treason was not viewed in the same manner that we do now. Yes, Norman lords were expected to be faithful to their duke, but many also considered the King of France as the legitimate ruler. Loyalties were fluid, tangled and transactional, readily persuaded by political benefit, promises, or even cold, hard cash. As Philip marched, fortress after stronghold surrendered, some out of fear, others out of bewilderment, and some just because Philip was present while Richard was elsewhere. This wasn't raw force. It was a lesson in political warfare. Philip lost no time writing an urgent letter to Duke Leopold, pleading with him to keep Richard under lock and key for as long as possible. He was fully aware that if Richard escaped, the lion would tear back across Europe, regain the Vexin, crush resistance, and most likely wreak horrible revenge. Philip's letter almost burst with excitement. By all means at our disposal, we pray you, for the mercy of God, keep Richard under good guard and do not release him under any pretext. While Richard withered in captivity, Philip's soldiers moved deeper, aiming for Rouen, Normandy's heartland and crown jewel. Philip's aim of reconquering Normandy, of finally breaking the Plantagenet grasp on French soil, was now within reach. His adversary was imprisoned, his political web tightened, and the duchy teetered on the brink of collapse.
However, as medieval history frequently reminds us, fate had not finished with either of these monarchs, and somewhere in an Austrian jail, the Lionheart was undoubtedly planning his comeback. In 1193, Rouen was more than just a city. It was the pulsing heart of Normandy. Rouen, located midway between Paris and the English Channel, spanned 200 acres and was home to 40,000 people, making it one of France's largest cities, if not the largest. This was the Duke of Normandy's seat, a capital established centuries ago during Viking conquest that has since evolved into a bustling political, economic, and cultural hub. Rouen served as a hub for politics, faith, trade, and industry. Its imposing cathedral established it as an intellectual and cultural hub, while its bustling ports transported fish, wine, salt and textiles between England and France. Rouen sheets, or exquisite linen products, were treasured exports that enriched the city's bourgeois merchants, who in turn controlled networks of workers, including washers, weavers, dyers, and finishers.
When danger arose, these same merchants and workers organized the city's powerful militia. Rouen wasn't an easy target. A narrow inner rampart surrounded the historic core, while a massive outer stone wall with at least 20 defensive gates secured the greater city. A fortified stone bridge, guarded by a tower on an islet in the Seine, protected the riverfront approaches. But in 1193, King Philip Augustus of France fresh from capturing other Norman fortifications, anticipated Rouen to fall as easily as Chateau Gaillard. Except this time, there was a true leader in command. Robert, Earl of Leicester, was a smart and energetic military commander. He patrolled the walls every day, organized defenses, and instilled the city's residents with the strong determination they'd been waiting for. When Philip sent envoys to discuss capitulation, Robert responded with cutting sarcasm. Sure, the king can come in whenever he wants. Alone? The message was clear. Step foot here, and you'll perish. Rouen's residents rallied in support of this brave display. They did not want to live under the French king, and they knew what was at risk. If Philip conquered Rouen, he would be symbolically conquering the entire Duchy of Normandy. Philip had expected a swift triumph. Instead, he found himself facing a resolute, united community ready to defend their home. And in medieval siege warfare, if a quick victory slipped through your fingers, it was frequently better to cut your losses rather than get bogged down in an expensive, lengthy struggle. So Philip withdrew for the time being. This was the rhythm of medieval warfare. Invade, besiege, press your advantage if possible, but flee if things ran on too long, always hoping to acquire some advantages to use later at the negotiating table. The Battle of Normandy was not over. It was simply entering the next stage. And back in his distant prison, word of these events would undoubtedly reach Richard the Lionheart, the prisoner monarch whose absence had set the entire game in action. And with that, the lion was free. Richard the Lionheart returned to Normandy in May 1194 after 3.5 years of grueling crusades, humiliating captures, and a spectacular ransom campaign. Eleanor of Aquitaine, his tenacious mother, had worked tirelessly to raise the startling £100,000 of silver, about 3 times England's annual income, or billions in today's money. Churches had been stripped of jewels, a special tax had been imposed, and nobility had gone deep, all to bring their king home.
When Richard stepped foot on Norman soil, the people welcomed him with open arms. Despite his absence, he remained a popular ruler, a larger-than-life symbol of chivalry and might. But no one was happier to see him than the realm's magnates, who were desperate to prevent the anarchy that would come with a prolonged power vacuum. Only one man, John Lackland, met him on his knees. Richard's younger brother, who had schemed, betrayed, and sold sections of Normandy to Philip Augustus while Richard was in prison, now put himself at Richard's feet, pleading for forgiveness, and Richard, ever the pragmatic, kept things cool. "You were misled, John. You are only a child." Of course, Richard was not naive. He was fully aware that John was not an innocent, but in the deadly chess game of medieval politics, it was far better to formally accept his brother's submission than to make a lasting family enemy. Better a tamed snake than one that is still ready to strike. What about Philip Augustus? Oh, Philip would not get off so easy. Richard returned with a fiery heart. Richard did what he did best. He went to battle to recapture his domains, restore his honor, and punish the French king for his shameful schemes while he was away. The Lionheart, back in his element, sharpened his claws and unleashed a vicious, never-ending military campaign. Normandy would not surrender without a struggle, and Richard, rushing back onto the European stage, was determined to make certain of this. Chateau Gaillard, Richard the Lionheart's masterpiece, rose like a stone dragon from high above the Seine, halfway between Paris and Rouen. It wasn't just another fortification. This was Richard's assertion of power, a gigantic, glittering, cutting-edge feat of medieval military architecture. Château Gaillard, built on an unprecedented scale in Normandy, served as both a fortification to defend Rouen and a forward base to strike deep into French territory. To realize Richard's vision, an army of 6,000 craftsmen, stonemasons, carpenters, and engineers worked day and night for less than 2 years. The money flowed in. Richard spent 2 to 3 times more each year on this fortress than on all of his castles in England combined. When completed, the construction was 650 feet in length, 250 feet in width, and stood over 300 feet tall. It was brimming with defensive innovations, triple enclosures stacked like enormous stone Russian dolls, 40-foot deep ditches, thick curtain walls, murder holes, arrow slits, battlements, and hoardings, all meant to withstand siege weapons, artillery, and direct assault. Richard reportedly asserted that the walls could withstand even if they were made of butter.
With Château Gaillard, Richard reclaimed the upper hand. He reclaimed practically all of the territory he had lost to Philip Augustus, adjusting the power dynamics in Normandy. The French monarch, once so near to victory, now confronted a fortified Norman boundary daring him to strike. But fate, the ruthless and unpredictable participant in medieval politics, had different plans. Richard the Lionheart, the famous Crusader king, warrior duke and builder of impregnable castles, was hit in the shoulder by a crossbow bolt in the spring of 1199, while quelling a rebellion at one of his weaker fortresses. Gangrene set in. Days later, the powerful Lionheart died, cradled in the arms of his mother, Eleanor of Aquitaine. His rule lasted only 10 years, and it was marked by both spectacular successes and agonizing conflicts. For Normandy and the Angevin Empire, it was a disaster. For Philip Augustus, it was a blessing. The great lion was gone, and with him the Plantagenet realm began to crumble. Philip, who had spent years involved in a never-ending battle with Richard, must have felt tremendous, almost dizzying relief. His most formidable competitor had been defeated, and the King of France could now turn his attention back to Normandy with newfound zeal. The balance of power had swung yet again, this time heavily in favour of the French monarchy. With Richard gone, the Plantagenet world teetered, and into the void stepped John Lackland. John, Henry II's sole surviving son, was not the first choice. John, known for his dishonesty, pettiness, political mistakes, and nasty character, inherited a weak empire and swiftly demonstrated how terribly things could go wrong under his rule. Where Richard had demanded loyalty, John squandered it. Noble after noble, once staunch Plantagenet supporters in Normandy, Anjou, and Gascony began to drift away, moving to Philip Augustus. Why persist with a weak, untrustworthy king when the French throne provided a more powerful hand? Philip Augustus, the skilled strategist, grabbed the opportunity. He launched a battle to take Normandy, but one major hurdle loomed on the horizon: Château Gaillard. Richard's treasured stronghold was the key. Without it, Normandy could not fall. Philip, careful and cunning, realized he couldn't storm it with force. So in 1203, he embarked on one of the longest and most arduous sieges of the Middle Ages. Château Gaillard was subjected to a massive French siege for 7 months straight. Philip constructed 2 rings of fortifications, palisades, ditches, and 15 wooden towers to form an airtight blockade. The inner line prevented the garrison from escaping. The outside line obstructed any reinforcements.
Siege engines arrived, including mobile timber towers, battering rams, trebuchets, and mangonels. French archers, shooting 10 arrows every minute, rained steel-tipped rain on the defenders all day and night. But the Normans fought back furiously. From their towering battlements, they fired catapults capable of launching 20-pound stones 50 yards, smashing the French fortifications and keeping hope alive, if only just. And where was the king? John Lackland, the man who should have been riding to Normandy's rescue, sent only empty words. "Thank you for everything you've done. Hold on as long as possible." No army. There are no reinforcements. While Philip's forces pounded away at Normandy's defences, John squandered time in England, indulging in courtly pleasures, amusing his young wife, and, as one furious chronicler described it, spending far too much time in pubs. The defenders of Chateau Gaillard, abandoned by their king, clung to their fortifications, depleting supplies and dying hope. The destiny of Normandy was hanging on a thread, and John, the last thread keeping the Plantagenet territories together, was fraying rapidly. Own Viking roots, noble ducal line, centuries of defiance, all taken away in a matter of months. After 7 grueling months of siege, Chateau Gaillard, Richard the Lionheart's proudest masterpiece, was defeated. Philip Augustus had done the unthinkable. He had broken the unbreakable. His soldiers undermined the foundations, set fire to the supports, and stormed the breach. Where the fortress's multiple defences had stood firm, one neglected weak spot, a chapel with towering windows, proved disastrous. Boughies, also known as the Snub-Nosed, jumped in, set fire to the chapel, and caused panic among the Normans. The defenders fled to the final enclosure, but Philip's men, now in complete control, tunneled beneath the last walls, assaulted the ramparts, and broke through on March 6, 1204. The surviving Norman garrison was imprisoned. Chateau Gaillard, formerly the key to the entire Normandy, had fallen. As a result, the rest of the duchy collapsed like a dam. Towns and castles surrendered without a struggle. Why resist when even the largest castle has been destroyed? Why hold out when King John, who is absent, unreliable and distracted in England, has shown no signs of riding to the rescue? By June, Philip Augustus had set his sights on Rouen, the proud city of Normandy. Rouen defenders, once formidable, had lost their desire to fight. Normandy was already gone. Philip, ever the astute negotiator, proposed terms. He granted the city till June 30th to surrender, maybe anticipating a desperate last-minute defense. But the people of Rouen, exhausted and abandoned, did not even wait. On June 24, 1204, they gave up. In a single, fast campaign, Philip Augustus realized his long-held dream. Normandy, the duchy that had been the center of English Plantagenet supremacy, had returned to the French crown. It was a watershed moment, a turning point not only for Normandy, but for the entire political landscape of France and England. Normandy, formed by Viking conquerors, ruled by dukes who became kings, and held for ages as a gem in the Plantagenet kingdom, is now, unexpectedly, French again. The powerful duchy that had once terrorized France was no more. And just like that, the great Norman saga, born in fire, honed in conquest, toughened by years of defiance, was destroyed not by gradual decline but by a savage, unexpected collapse. The loss of Normandy was more than just a geographical rearrangement. It marked the end of an identity. For 3 centuries, since the Viking Rollo formed his dominion from Frankish territory, Normandy has borne a fierce, even mythic sense of self. Warrior blood, a proud duchy, a kingdom maker. However, because to John Lackland's simple stupidity and Philip Augustus's merciless, persistent political genius, that identity was shattered, not degraded over time, but broken in a single crushing blow. John, watching helplessly from England, saw not only Normandy slide through his fingers, but also Anjou, Touraine, and Poitou, all the sparkling gems of the Plantagenet realm. Soon, all he would be left with was Aquitaine. Without his presence, without his leadership, if that's what you call it, there was nothing to hold the ship together. And so, with the fall of Normandy, the long, terrible and glorious age of the Northmen, the dynasty founded by Viking invaders, came to an end. Men and women had battled, bled and died to preserve the duchy, confident in their legacy as conquerors and warriors. And then, suddenly, they were no longer winners. They were just part of France. But John, as obstinate as a tick clinging to a dying host, was unwilling to give up. He tried again after being humiliated by his losses. 10 years after Normandy was conquered, he rallied Europe's continental foes, vowing to recover the Plantagenet possessions. It all came down to the Battle of Bouvines on July 27, 1214. Philip Augustus found himself outnumbered by John and his imperial friends. However, during the last decade, Philip had developed into a great battlefield commander. Unlike his former hesitant, cautious demeanor, this Philip was smart, determined, and led a well-organized French army. What was the result? A crushing French win. John Lackland was humiliated, defeated, and permanently barred from furthering his continental ambitions. He'd never returned to France. For Philip Augustus, it was a victory that reverberated far beyond the battlefield. Some historians even consider 1214 to be the birth year of the French nation, the point at which France transitioned from a patchwork of loose feudal relationships to a unified kingdom with a central monarch, a shared language, and a collective identity. Without Philip, France could never have become what it is today. And Normandy, though it would survive for generations as an important part of French history, its days of independent ducal glory were over. Even now, if you explore the northern plains, you can feel the ghost of those stormy centuries. The thunder of horses, the crash of siege engines, the scream of Viking forefathers, ringing across Normandy's hills, valleys, and storm-lashed coastlines.
you.